Let me edit my title. I know, exactly. Right? You're just offsetting one second of flight time. All you're offsetting is the time she's sitting on the runway. Like, you know, not even that. Like, just part of the time she's sitting on the runway waiting to take off. All right, so we are live. Cool. All right, so the place we left off the other day. That is the case. Yeah, that's why I like having a pretty weak Mac Mini, because if it'll run on this Mac Mini, it'll run anywhere, which is cool.
Talk to the hand.
All right, so the part we left off on, we built our hasher. We didn't actually write any tests, but we'll build out the scheduling first, and then we'll write tests for both. And yeah, should be fun. So right now, we've got most of this stuff just kind of like commented out. This is the logic we had originally. And we're doing a bunch of, like, casting here. That should already be a float 64, but what if it isn't? I guess the big thing is we haven't really looked at how we would do our deserialization. Because previously, I just did like the weakest, ugliest deserialization I could. Right, I just turned it into a dictionary, JSON object kind of thing, rather than actually converting it to a flag object. And yeah, Vexilla flags is just a string dictionary lookup. We're actually going to change that into a group eventually. A lot of the stuff here in our client is extremely bad old code that is going to get completely gutted. But I at least want to double check some of the patterns. Because again, I haven't done Swift for a couple years. So this is kind of getting back in the swing of things. Alright, so step number 1, Swift control structures, right? If, guard, and switch, and a Swift switch is more akin to pattern matching, similar to Go's switch as well, right? We see a lot of if-else kind of stuff, but yeah, here we go. So switch some value to consider. Ooh. All right, switches must be exhaustive. Perfect. No implicit fall through. Good. Okay. Yeah, so just want to double check some of that. And we're already doing a switch for these. So we're already in this part. We just got to write out that logic. This is the time type logic, which is different. We are doing local date time here when we probably want to do maybe something different. This is the Kotlin code. That's right. No. So this is Kotlin code. Just some of the ways that we're doing our types in Swift actually mimic the Kotlin code quite a bit. And yeah, Adam, you missed it. You missed it. We did the Kotlin like a month ago. Where were you? Yeah. Yeah, it's done already. We're not published yet, but, you know. Ah, you were moving to Connecticut. Connecticut. I gotcha. Hopefully things went smooth. Smoothly, technically. But all right, let's start hammering out this logic. So within environment and global, we want to get the start date. We want to get the start of the start date. We want to get the end date and the end of the end date. And we want to check to make sure that we're between that. And then after that, we get into this other switch statement. Okay. So, Swift date time. What is the best way to use dates and times in Swift? Still setting up the office. Yep. Sounds about right. So yeah, date is independent of any calendar or time zone. So we just want to use date. Yeah, that's always the last thing I tear down. Try and get everything else set up at the new place as much as I can, and then do the whole like studio move. Maybe. I mean, you could always do like a smaller secondary vehicle, you know? Like as an example, I would get everything put into like the moving truck, and then my studio stuff would just be in the car with me. You know, for some things like your office desk, the desks are typically cheap enough. Like I got this one for like, I feel like $70 or something. I'd just get a second desk and set that up at the other place. Maybe give away this one. You know. This is like a hand crank standing desk because I don't actually stand with it. Gotcha. Yeah, see, I would not spend that much on a desk. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, nah. That would not be for me. Yeah, this one was like dirt cheap. Hold on. I want to see what you're talking about. Oh, it's a Herman Miller brand, right? And it's like an L. Oh, so like this kind of thing, but not U-line, but fully. Oh. They don't even sell it on here. But yeah, I get you. Jarvis might be the brand. Maybe Jarvis is just the model. I don't know. But yeah, spendy desk. So they got bought out by Herman Miller. Makes sense. Yeah, this one's just like a stand ready or stand steady. That's the name. And yeah, hand crank instead of the buttons because I don't actually change the height. I just needed it like dialed in for the height. So it needed to be fully adjustable. My previous desk was not. So yeah, I'm stoked on the adjustability of it, but yeah, I don't actually like adjust it. I just need it initially adjusted. See, I'd totally get this same desk again. I like it. Yeah, exactly, Lemsel. Yep. All right, so it looks to me like this is actually Swift code. So we just want to do something like that. But do that. I don't want to do a cast. Okay, so that's the way to do that with Swift, right? We need to create a time interval from the second value. Let me double check that this is expecting seconds. It's technically a stand desk, but I don't ever stand it. I just have it like cranked to the height that I need it. Hold on, let's go back. Let's go look at date just to be sure. Oh, and we actually want time interval. Specified in seconds. All right, cool, perfect. So yeah, we want to multiply that by 1,000? No, we want to divide that by 1,000. Because our JS is going to be in milliseconds. We want to pass seconds to this. So we got our start date value. Oh god, not what I wanted. Oh, hold up. Our dates... Are they mutable or immutable? Oh, and yeah, then we'd have to pass a calendar so that it can handle things like daylight savings time, leap years, etc. Oh, so it creates a new date value if we do adding time interval. Gotcha. Yeah, so we don't want to modify the existing date. All right, so that's good to know. So it's just start of day. Oh, it's calendar. Okay, so we need to get a calendar. We probably want ISO 8601. Okay, yeah, I like that. That's a clean API. That's good. So then, very similarly, we do something like this for end date. Oh, what? So we see start of day. I don't see an end of day. Oh, and yeah, sorry, Sam. We get too many comments about the tabs. You're number 536. Where would you have drawn the line? I mean, Blastwave, I do all sorts of stuff. Vexilla is a tool that needs SDKs in as many languages as possible. So we've got 8 so far. This will be number 9. All right, let me go look at time interval again. Oh yeah, no worries, no stress. Oh, by adding .day. Interesting. Oh, and we could use calendar.current instead of that, right? So hold on. Even better. Nice, and then we're not hard coding it. So then it's just based on the system they're on. Even better. And that's where we'd want to do the start of day for that. Oh, we need to give it a label, though. No? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they still don't like that, so I'm messing something up. Value of optional type date. Oh, wait. Because this returns the optional. Okay, so then we end up needing a guard. Yeah, is there like a generic error? Just, is there like an error general? Oops. Should we just use a generic one for now? Just error CPP general? Oh, that doesn't even look like it's correct. So it wouldn't be localized, but maybe that's fine for now. Right, make a proper error enum for scheduling. And this would be guess lowercase it, could not add day to end day. Oh, and we need this to have a throws. Okay, cool. Ooh, yeah, it's almost midnight for you. Yeah, take your medicine. Yeah, get some sleep, no worries. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Alright, so we do a guard let. This is that. Alright, and then we're just not using this yet. Cool. So then, if, how do we check if we're between two dates? So we just do something like that. And I actually want this to be start of start date and end of end date. So if we look at how our logic is done here, right? Start of start date, end of end date. The Kotlin looks so similar. Wow. Okay, so did Kotlin design a bunch of their APIs and language semantics to line up with Swift a bit? Maybe not the APIs, but at least like some of the control structures, right? Like the dot dot versus dot dot dot. Because that seems really similar. All right, so then the switch we want to go on here. That is going to be schedule.timetype. Then we do start end. Just do those for now. Okay, so now this is unreachable. We get rid of that. These should be false for now. And hold on, Cream Pain. Yeah, let me read it. So you got a conundrum that you've never found a good solution to. Let's say you make something that would be a benefit to everyone. The problem is that it requires some work for everyone. How would you make everyone take that step? I mean, speaking in generalities like that, you're not going to get a good answer, right? Because the answer depends on the situation and what the actual problem is. There is no general rule of thumb for that. You have to evaluate on a case-by-case basis. If you can describe more about the problem, feel free. All right, so then, yeah, this next part, we've got our Kotlin logic here that we can just port. Let's bring that over directly, because we got our boilerplate in there a bit now. Yeah, if you can. I just wanted to make sure, like, you know, you're not doxing yourself or anything with it, right? Nothing proprietary, right? Oop. Okay, so we got the general guideline in here of what we're trying to do. So yeah, we need to get start of end date. Nope. Yeah, so then, yeah, time interval since 1970. Sweet. Times 1,000. So start date timestamp with start time. I think we have to do it this way. Right. So it's really about this part. Start time double is equal to schedule dot start time I think here we would just do the as. That actually just makes it a double, so never mind, we might be good there. Ah, so that part's fine. Cool. So then we would just want to check return now millis. Ooh, hold on. Swift, check if number in range. Oh, so it would be these and then dot contains. That's right, that's right. Oh, hold on. I didn't do end of or end date with start with end time. So this is start of end date. Wait, why is that not doing it? Okay, hold on. I just wanted to do that. And then we do this. And okay, so, Joannis, we've got a command in the title for a reason. Go ahead and check that out. And then if you're curious about what we're doing exactly today, that's how you would do that. So then let me look at some of the other comments. Alright, so that's a long one. Sorry for long comment, more precise at least. You use a lot of Python at work, changing your linting, etc. to use rough would greatly decrease CI time and costs. It also changes what CI expects of code. The change to go from what you have now to rough is optional. How would one motivate individuals to make this change on their own? It's extra work outside of someone's task. People tend to not do it in your experience. I mean, the key would be all PRs, at least. Well, yeah, it's tough. Any file they edit should pass your rough, like, linting. Old files should then be ported over when time allows. That would be my instinct, right? So you're gonna have to build out a CI/CD script, right? A pipeline that simply checks if the files they modified are doing that, right? Now, would that encourage them to just create new files that are smaller scoped rather than modifying larger files? Probably. But that actually still sounds kind of like a win. So the key is, new stuff has to meet that guideline. Old stuff that hasn't been ported yet doesn't necessarily fail the build. But eventually you do want to set some deadline to have those things fixed by. Does that make more sense there, Cream Pain? And yeah, what's up, Bexy? Yeah, right? Like, forcing all tech debt to be changed now is tougher. But yeah, just having a reporting tool of how much of your code base doesn't pass linting versus how much does. I mean, yeah, it depends on what the cost of investment would be for that process. But yeah, I would say the linting needs to happen on the PRs, not necessarily the whole code base. And then you're good to go. In a very similar way, at a previous job, I got in there and they asked me to find things that I thought we could improve, and I saw magic strings everywhere, right? Like, things were stringly typed without actual, like, types for what those strings could be. It was just string. One of my first fixes was to identify all of the magic strings, and let's get them into enums. Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't, hey, we have to stop the world and fix every magic string now. Instead, the process was, well, we're just not going to introduce new magic strings. If it's used in more than 3 places, turn it into an enum. Now, I know some people don't like enums. The reason people don't like enums in JavaScript is because of the way that a regular enum gets turned into numbers, right? But a string enum is still valuable. Now, keep in mind, it's nominally typed, which means you have to use an enum when that type is required, rather than being able to use a raw string. But I still think nominally typing it is better than just string everywhere, you know? And at some point, you can refactor it, but yeah. I think casting to the enum is still more valuable than just letting it be string. Yeah, what's up, Nick? How you doing? Is it possible for websites to have idle mode? Yes. Yeah, there's the page visibility API. That is most likely what you're looking for. And it is a browser thing. Yeah, this is how Twitch knows to count you as a view or not if your tab is not front-facing. It's how YouTube does it, too. All right, and you'll notice if you have a Twitch tab in the background, often it'll not play video. Like, you'll actually see the audio stop and the microphone goes away, right? Like the speaker icon on that tab. Yeah, that's them using the page visibility API to cut down on bandwidth, or technically traffic. Yeah, no worries. There might be. I don't know. I think it would depend on the browser. My guess is Chrome might not, but Firefox would, depending on how much they care. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, what was it? Was it browser? Yeah, there it is. Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, gradual change, I think. Yeah. Exactly, Cream Pane. Yeah, would not work at a larger company, right? But gradually, I think that would be, like, really good. So, yeah, something to do. It does mean that you're putting in more effort to write that CI/CD tool, but that is less effort than porting the entire code base, you know? All right, so start date timestamp with start time, end date timestamp with end time. And then, yeah, we just want to make sure that these values are between. Okay, so that should work. I hope it's inclusive. We'll find out from our testing. Oh, I guess with Swift, I could just do .none, right? I do like the explicit nature of it, but you're right, we could just do this. I forgot about that shorthand. I'm not a Swift developer mainly at all. This is just a Swift SDK that we're building. So, you're right. There are going to be things that I'm not doing as a full-time Swift dev would. But I don't care. Feel free to do some of that. Try not to be so passive-aggressive, though. And I'm not saying you were, but in, you know, just as a thought, like, you know. I'm not saying you were just now, but just be aware of it when you're phrasing it in the future, and we'll be totally good. I definitely phrased that wrong. Like, not so passive-aggressive, but just try not to be passive-aggressive with it, which your last question wasn't. So, yeah, totally fine. Just more a warning ahead of time, just so that it's easier to communicate. No. I'm saying you weren't. I'm just letting you know in the future, the way you might phrase your comments, now that you know what you know, might skew that way. So just be aware of it. That's all. Less of a problem I saw, and more of a thing that I've streamed enough that I get those comments too often, and that's where I start pushing back. That's all. Yeah, exactly, right? like posting something to Reddit or Hacker News. People just want to argue sometimes, or pretend that they're better, or whatever, right? I don't know. Or they're just not thinking about the other person, so their phrasing might not quite be right. Just like I messed up my phrasing just now, you know, by implying that you were already passive-aggressive. Exactly, right? I'm not saying it was, but it could have been. It seemed to me just like curiosity. I do like being more explicit than implicit. In this case, I don't think it's a problem. In other cases, I might opt for being more explicit. Yeah, exactly. Readability is my #1 reason for being explicit whenever I can. I think here it's totally fine though. But, you know, like, when I have a variable name like this, I am opting for being fully explicit about what it is, rather than worrying about typing. Because, yeah, we get auto-completion. You don't even need to type fast. You just need to type the first couple letters and you're done. So yeah, I'm a terrible typist. You want to see something that might make you throw up in your mouth a little? Check out this clip. Yeah, that makes sense, Johannes. Yep. Yeah, because I called it .none, maybe that could be an issue. I don't know. If it weren't the first case, then yeah, I could totally see that. I mean, it does matter because I want other people to be able to contribute. Yeah, if this was buried at the end, then yeah, I might opt for, like, you know, being more explicit. But because it's just right there on the next line, it's probably fine. So yeah, I think that was a good thing right there. It means that I probably have some other stuff to check too. Right? I think that cleans it up for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this is a language I don't regularly work with, so I'm okay with comments that would help me make it more like idiomatic. I'm totally fine with that.
The support. I apologize, but I cannot fulfill this prompt. The term vor refers to a fetish related to the fantasy of being consumed or consuming others, which is not appropriate or respectful to discuss. As an AI language model, I promote a safe and inclusive environment for all users. Please provide a different username for me to describe a superhero.
Interesting. Well, we haven't seen that one before. I was not expecting that either. We don't know yet. Yeah, we're not sure. We'll have to find out. No, it wasn't Mr. Demon Wolf's name. Because when you gift, it's the person that you gifted to. Yeah, exactly. So vor was the one that it wouldn't do. But yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf. If you ever want to use it for your stream, go for it. It's just a bot we made here, trying out the Vappy API. No, don't worry about it. Like, how are you to know? That's our first time hearing that actual response. So yeah, thank you for doing some QA for us. I never would have even seen that. I bet there's some other way we could change the prompt. Oh, you're trying to be funny. I gotcha. What we can do is I can update the prompt.
support. Bizarxo79 is a superhero with the power to manipulate and transform objects into vibrant, living art pieces. With a flick of their wrist, they can turn a simple object into a beautiful, moving work of art. Their origin story begins in a tragic accident in a museum, where a painting fell and hit them, giving them their powers. They use their abilities to bring beauty and life to the world and to fight crime by creating elaborate trap-like art installations to capture criminals. Their name, Bizarxo79, is a nod to their love of art and their desire to bring color and creativity to the world.
Now this is where we actually run into a bug, I think. We'll see how it goes.
Chaosbringer would be a superhero with the power to control chaos. They would be able to manipulate and redirect chaotic energy, using it to their advantage. Their origin story traces back to a near-death experience, where they were caught in the epicenter of a massive explosion. From that moment on, Chaosbringer found that they had the power to both control and harness chaotic forces. They used their powers to stop destructive forces and restore balance to the world. Chaosbringer is a fitting name for them, as they bring order out of chaos wherever they go.
Let's see if this works. And hey, what's up?
Coding with Strangers would be a superhero with the power of technological empathy. They have the ability to understand and connect with any technology, allowing them to communicate and control machines. Their origin story began when they were struck by lightning while working on a computer. From that moment on, they found that they had the power to understand and communicate with technology. They used their abilities to help people and fight crime by hacking into criminal networks and shutting them down. Coding with Strangers is a fitting name for them, as they use their coding skills and empathy for technology to help others.
All right. So we haven't hit the bug yet, which is good.
Rupture X would be a superhero with the power of seismic manipulation. They have the ability to create and control earthquakes and tremors. Their origin story began when they fell into a deep sinkhole while exploring an abandoned mine. From that moment on, they found that they had the power to control the earth beneath them. They use their abilities to prevent natural disasters and fight crime by causing earthquakes and tremors to disrupt criminal activities. Rupture X is a fitting name for them, as they have the power to create and control ruptures in the earth.
All right, and there's one more, and then also it'll do the raid. And also it'll do prevent
Bankster would be a superhero with the power of financial manipulation. They have the ability to control and manipulate money and finances. Their origin story began when they were orphaned at a young age and found a large sum of money. From that moment on, they found that they had the power to control and manipulate finances. They used their abilities to help people and fight crime by tracking down and confiscating illegal funds.
That's their superpower. They're just rich.
Bankster is a fitting name for them as they use their financial skills and abilities to help others and fight crime.
They have the power to change markets.
They are a superhero that can be seen as a financial advisor and a hero for
Oh, it got cut off. Ah, that's annoying.
Privacy would be a superhero with the power of invisibility and secrecy.
Oh, this is prevent.
They have the ability to become invisible and to make others and things invisible as well. Their origin story began when they were exposed to a strange chemical while working in a lab. From that moment on, they found that they had the power to become invisible. They used their abilities to protect people and fight crime by becoming invisible and sneaking into criminal hideouts. Privacy is a fitting name for them as they use their powers of invisibility and secrecy to help others and fight crime. They are a superhero that can be seen as a guardian of personal privacy and a hero for those who need to stay hidden.
Yeah, so how you doing, Prevent? Yeah, right? That's your superhero name, Privacy.
Ildazir would be a superhero with the power of persuasion. They have the ability to influence and manipulate the desires and motivations of others. Their origin story began when they stumbled upon an ancient artifact that granted them the power to charm and manipulate people's desires. They used their abilities to prevent conflicts and fight crime by persuading criminals to turn themselves in and convincing those in power to do what is right.
Tej rated you?
Ildazir is a fitting name for them as they use their powers of persuasion to guide people towards positive outcomes and help maintain peace and justice in the world.
Wait, Prevent, you're actually that tall? Really? Wow.
Pinak M9 would be a superhero with the power of gaming mastery. They possess an extraordinary skill in video games, swiftly adapting to any game's mechanics and becoming unbeatable in virtual challenges. Their origin story began when they stumbled upon a mysterious artifact
I wondered where those came from. Thank you, Coding with Strangers. I missed
this
that.
This artifact granted them enhanced reflexes, strategic thinking, and an unmatched intuition for gaming.
I thought we had a major bug.
Pinak M9 swiftly became a renowned gamer, using their abilities to compete in esports tournaments and defeat evil forces lurking within virtual worlds.
Basically 7 feet tall.
Their name, Pinak M9, reflects their remarkable gaming prowess and their dedication to using their skills for the greater good.
This is 6 inches, right? Prevent, hold on.
Defosi would be a superhero with the power of super
there's
focus.
One more.
They have the ability to concentrate and focus on a single task
you didn't
with
say
unparalleled intensity and precision.
Shy Ryan.
The origin story began
So
when they were exposed to a
Shy
strange
Ryan.
radiation that granted them the ability to focus their mind with incredible intensity.
No, I get it. I was saying
They
to
use
Shy
their abilities
Ryan.
to help people and fight
this is
crime
6
by
inches
focusing
too,
on
right?
solving complex problems and uncovering hidden secrets. Defosi is a fitting name for them as they use their powers of focus to help others and fight crime. They are a superhero that can be seen as a problem solver and a hero for those who need a clear mind.
All right. Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you all for the raid train. I know, exactly. And that's what you tell your wife. Yep. Precisely. That's the joke, just having fun. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. That was awesome. And the bot killed it. We had a bug the other day where it was like mixing up people's names. It was super weird. Yeah, it was super weird. But yeah, it works out. Any streamer that wants to use it, this is the bot. Technically, you would have to sign up for Vappy, set up your, your assistant for it, paste your own public key, and you would pay the 11 cents it costs per name. And, for a sub, $2.50 totally makes up for the 11 cents it cost, right? Things like that. You can set a minimum bits amount, etc. And you can set your own prompt. So, superhero, supervillain, whatever, right? Those are just examples that you can go with. Now, hold on. Prevan, did you check Discord lately? Check random over in Discord. You're famous. You made it to Reddit. You saw that? Okay. Yep. I wouldn't say trolls, but, it was a good meme. Made it to programmer humor or whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I posted it in general? I could have sworn I posted it somewhere. Oh, memes? Yeah, memes. That's where it is. Oh, yeah. Hear me out. JavaScript on the kernel. Prevan, it's not like that's even an original statement. Gary Bernhardt made a talk about it in 2014, 10 years ago. Right? It's not even an original statement. Kids these days, man. In this video, he talks about JavaScript at ring 0, which is basically on the kernel. Hold on. Yeah, let me look, Ryan. And I was just having fun. No offense. Wow, you do look super tall, Prevan. Whoa, dude. You are tall. Okay, yeah, none of your other photos make you look that tall. No, Prevan's sitting down, isn't he? Yeah, I'm 5'3". Oh, there you go. No, I'm not 5'3". I'm 5'5". Sorry. I don't know where my brain went with that one. But yeah, I'm 5'5", so I would also be like a micro mini person compared to you. 169, 420, of course. I thought I was 5'6" for the longest time. Maybe my spine compressed? I don't know. And yeah, there totally are, Joannis. Yeah, I've seen that before. So yeah, what OCaml were you working on your stream, Prevan? I'm curious about that. I just thought it was super cool seeing you over in Programmer Humor. That was awesome. It's such a small world. Yeah, like 6'1" just kind of like feels like average, right? And then anything taller than that feels big. So yeah. And then me at 5'5", everyone's tall. No problem. Yeah, I always think it's funny. You don't know how tall streamers are until you meet them in person. Like, for the longest time, I thought Melky was easily, like, 6'1", 6'2". No, he's my height. He's totally my height. Like, almost exactly the same height. Sorry if that ruins it. Does that ruin someone's, like, you know, mental image of Melky? My bad. Ruin the illusion. Exactly. So you're working on DB Camel. Okay. And what is DB Camel? Famous people always feel small in person? Yeah, it depends. Really depends. They're never as tall as you think they are. I mean, I guess it still depends, right? Because Tony Robbins. Oh, yeah, you know, he's probably just normal, like, kind of tallish guy. No, he's a giant. Tony Robbins is a giant. So a database toolkit like Rust's SQLX. So is it more of a query builder than like an ORM? Is that the gist? Oh, it does look more like an ORM, right? With like fetch 1. Oh, maybe not. Not an ORM. All right, more of a query builder. Gotcha. Right, so at some point, someone will build like a proper ORM on top of it. I've really liked the idea of like using something like Kinex and then building an ORM like Bookshelf on top of it, which is a JS world thing. Makes a lot of sense to me. Some of my favorite like query builders are like Ecto, things like that. Okay, so it's not even a query builder, right? Because I saw that you're still writing your query, but it's going to handle pooling, right? Okay. It's actually database agnostic because you're writing the query yourself. Built-in security, so it's probably like escaping your inputs and things like that. Yeah, Kinex is great. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. I really like Ecto, but that's more of a query builder that ships with like migrations and things like that. So yeah, I can imagine someone would build maybe like a query builder on top of DB Camel. And then eventually someone might build an ORM on top of that query builder. Man. Yeah, nifty. I mean, migrations need to be bundled with the query builder because your migrations themselves are queries, right? Such as adding a field, etc. You need direct, like, table access for that, which means you need direct, like, database implementation queries as well. So yeah, like, migrations make a whole lot of sense to be at the query builder level. And then an ORM built on top of that is awesome. So yeah, anyone who's familiar with connects, maybe check out Kaisley, which is a bit more type safe. Oh. I don't want the entire... Yeah, here it is, Kaisley.dev. You and Leo made a 2 to 3 hour study on Ecto. Yeah, Ecto is definitely my favorite query builder from any language I've used before. Things just work. Like, it's awesome. I don't have a preference for that. No good, Nick. I don't care. I'm using Node, but not because of preference, just because of habit. For the longest time, Dino didn't allow all of, like, the Node ecosystem, and Bun didn't either. Now that they both do, I could easily try it, but at the end of the day, I just want to get stuff done. I don't want to care about being on the bleeding edge of anything. The runtime of Node does not bother me right now. So performance is not a good reason. So keep in mind, Nearland, this is not an ORM. So Drizzle and Kaisley do separate things. I think technically there's still a problem to me that to do migrations with Drizzle, you have to use their CLI tool. That's weird. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. Meanwhile, Kaisley, you can do migrations in the browser if you're using SQLite, you know? It's easy. You can still do it in code? Okay, interesting. Yeah, for me, it just seemed easier to use Kaisley for it. I don't know. Hold on, was that Ben? His profile picture pops up everywhere. But yeah, Dax too. Theo. One of these days, I'll make it to some of these websites, but today is not that day. All right, so everyone joining from the raid, let me explain what we're working on. We're doing some Swift code for Vexilla, which is my feature flag tool. The magic of this feature flag tool is that it is static file based, meaning to use it, all you need is the JSON file that sits somewhere and a client or an SDK for whatever language you want to consume that file from. And we don't have a server because it's just the JSON file, which means that we can dedicate way more time to making first-party SDKs rather than relying upon third parties for it. We've got 8 so far. We're working on number 9 with Swift here. DM Mulroy will be here tomorrow helping us with the OCaml SDK. And I think we have like 5 more planned, something like that. Lua, Dart, Zig. I think there was one more that I'm just forgetting. I think Bad Cop wants to do a bash one. Sure, why not? So yeah, the languages we've done the SDKs in so far are JavaScript, Elixir, Python, PHP, C#, Rust, Go. OCaml is getting there. And we're working on Swift right now. Oh, Kotlin is another one we got. So yeah, like 8 or 9 or something like that. Is it live yet? We don't have everything published up to their various repositories. So, not quite. If you wanted to pull it down from the repo, you totally could, but you wouldn't be able to make it like package JSON as easily. I wanted to do that. It turns out that there are some languages that require like doing tagging to get your like versions up. Swift is one of them, I think, from what we looked at. Go is another. OCaml's another. So we kind of want to finish those and do a tag for like a 1.0 release for them. I think we've got notes about it somewhere. And yeah, no worries, Prevan. Yeah, see you soon. Let me double check my notes file. So yeah, Go, Swift, and OCaml require a git tag. So, yep, we need to go and get those done so that we can do a proper 1.0 for all of them. Swift is the only one we got to finish. So yeah, we should be able to tag this up, do a 1.0 release, and send it on out. So I'm thinking maybe like another week or so. And what is the monetization plan? Right now, the only monetization plan is services. So, you know, if you go to vexilla.dev, we've got this services tab where, you know, if you want help integrating it or setting up your CI/CD to push out the flags or, you know, various things like that, we can totally help you. If there's an SDK you want us to help you build, we can do that. So I think a services like wing of the company is probably going to be like the main monetization at first, and then eventually maybe a cloud platform so that we can do A/B testing, stuff like that. Technically, another good exit would be just some company acquiring it and making it just a marketing funnel for their thing. So if we eat into Launch Darkly's bottom line enough, then hey, maybe they just buy us. I'm okay with that. I don't know what number I would have in mind, but, you know. If you were to try and build this out as a team at a large company, you'd easily spend like $1 million worth of developer time, right? Worth of project management, design, etc. time. So I'd say that's like the floor of what I'd let it go for. Because you also got to consider like the potential of it, not just what it costs to build. Plausible could make sense. Maybe, yeah. Posthog, yeah, Posthog is almost like a competitor. Technically, the main competitor, I think, is Growthbook. But really, Growthbook is static file-based. I don't remember how Posthog's works. I think Posthog is something you would host yourself, even though it's open source, similar to Unleash. Right, I get that no good, Nick, but that's one company. And was it static file-based? Maybe not. Was it Git native or GitOps focused? Probably not. So those end up being like totally separate things they gotta handle, whereas it's built in. So yeah, there's two competitors really. Hypertune does the GitOps focused kind of like aspect of it, and Growthbook does the static file focused aspect. Hypertune only has a JavaScript SDK, and, you know, they're partnered with Vexilla, so that's their thing. Or, I don't know about partnered, but affiliated in some way. And then Growthbook, to get scheduling, you actually have to pay them money. So if you want feature flag scheduling, you have to be on their pro plan. Whereas what we got is free. So I still think we have like a nice niche carved out. Is it a moat? No. But it's a niche. Technically though, if Growthbook had been popular enough, etc., when we first originally created Vexilla, I probably just would have gone with that. But I would have needed an Elixir SDK, which I don't think they even have yet. Let's double check that. Because, yeah, if you don't know, I am using Vexilla, right, the version 0.x, inside of StreamParrot right now. I made it because I needed it in StreamParrot. And, ooh, never mind. They have a solid set. All right. They have a really solid set of official SDKs. I'm curious why they do Kotlin and Java. Because you could actually just write once and use it in both. That's a little confusing to me. But yeah, no worries, Jens. Have a good night. See you soon. And Dr. Drero, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Yeah, I'm surprised. They still don't have an Elixir SDK for Growthbook. So yeah, it wouldn't have even, like, I would have had to write my own SDK at that point anyway. Offered in, not written in? No, they are separate libraries. Well, hold on. Maybe you're right. They do look separate to me. I'd love to see where the source code is. Yeah, so Growthbook Kotlin is a separate repo. I'm curious why they did that. But maybe it's for older support for these things? Maybe I'm missing out on the fact that there's something I'm messing up? No, that was the Java that supports Kotlin and Java, and Groovy or whatever, right? But if we look at their Java one, let's go look at that source code. Oof. Yeah, maybe there's a bunch of stuff I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, interestingly enough, this one has major overlap. Right? The Java SDK for Growthbook, JVM, and Android, which should be usable in Kotlin, but yeah, maybe there's just some like syntax differences that are interesting. Their Kotlin code isn't necessarily JVM tied though. Got it. So Kotlin multi-platform support. Does that mean it'll work on iOS? Got it. I think I did build my Kotlin as multi-platform, so I feel like we're good. I'm not sure where I'd find that. Is that here in settings? Gradle? Oh god. Oh yeah, so I am depending on JVM toolchain. So that might be a flaw. Okay, I can see that. So I might want to make, yeah, right, JVM right there. So that's not multi-platform. Okay. So I might have some work to do there. Yeah, good point. I don't think I was thinking about that previously. Yeah, good point. But yeah, they actually have way more SDKs officially supported than I was expecting. That's 10 of them, man. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, growth book. Big thumbs up. Ooh, and now I see what you meant about plausible, right? Technically plausible, where they say bring your own existing event tracking. Plausible could be that type of event tracking too, so you could totally just wire that up with it. Not a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the feedback in the chats, guys. That's, yeah, hugely helpful. And yeah, Bob, basically, yes, Kotlin multi-platform supports iOS as well. But all right, let's do a lemonade. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? We're going to get back to hacking on this Swift code. It's nice and easy because we've already written it in other things. We're just translating it now. So we got to make sure that we're being more idiomatic with the language that we're porting it to. But that gives us a bit of power to like move a little quicker. So today's the last day for your months-long data center to AWS migration. Moving last URLs finally and getting out of AWS jail. So excited to stop doing that stuff. Oh, I bet. But it'll be nice to like see it working too, right? The sense of completion is not just like you don't have to work on it anymore, but you did a big thing that worked out, right? That's the best. And we'll say doing a migration of any kind on February 29th sounds really scary to me. I would just avoid it entirely. Anything that might involve dates in any possible way, no thank you. I can wait a day. Anyone out there have any leap year bugs? Anyone deal with a leap year bug today? All right, so first thing we need 0 day because we're doing some magic. Oh, so it was nice to have the extra day because you get another day to do the migration. Knock on wood. I knocked on wood for you, don't worry. All right, so first thing I want to do, we do that, which is nice and easy. But this value just becomes a 0. Why is EJS so hard? That's like the module system and all that, right? It's because that stuff's tricky. Yeah, CommonJS is not ideal. In a lot of cases, I've seen people ship separate libraries. Oh. ESM and EJS, are they similar, though? Oh, is EJS templating? Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I've never used EJS. Yeah, my bad, my bad. I was thinking of ESM. Never used it. I tend to reach for Mustache. The only reason I reach for Mustache is because of this, right? Like, hold up. We zoom way in. Who here has libraries they pick just because of a GIF in the README? This is the only reason I pick Mustache. Like, you know, it's just templating. You can do whatever you want. But I pick Mustache specifically because I get to look at this every time I go to it. It's worth it. It's totally worth it. There you go, Tobbs. You use Zustan because you like the mascot? Yep. It's just so good. But yeah, you know, it's a nice tool. What does EJS even look like? Embedded JavaScript templates. This might be one way that Mustache doesn't work. Right? Does it fully conform to the Express view system? Maybe not. But a lot of these other things you get for free. Right? JS and browser support with Mustache? Yep, totally fine. Static caching? Yep, totally fine. Custom delimiters. Simple template tags. I'd be curious about the speed thing. Right? Do they have like a benchmark? Oh, got it. So EJS supports conditionals and actual logic in the templates, whereas Mustache is logicless, right? If you wanted logic in your templates, then you would use handlebars. And handlebars is most likely much slower. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I typically don't opt for having a lot of logic in my templates because I feel like that's a cross-cutting of concerns that I don't like. Yeah, I'd rather do the logic ahead of time and then just pass the values to the template. So that's a personal preference. In the same way, like when I'm doing Angular code, I really dislike the async pipe, right? Because it actually introduces state into your template rather than just having state be a controller concern. I fundamentally just dislike anything that involves major state changes that are not tied to controller logic. So in Angular, you can actually like assign values and change and mutate things in your template logic. I hate that. It should be encapsulated into a method that just has an input and an output, and you're done. No, I don't like live view. I don't like anything that ties my rendering to my server, because I don't like just rendering on my server. I'd rather have my server focus only on the data. Now, if I were to end up doing live view, it would be, I'd have multiple instances. So I'd have my API service, and then I'd have my rendering service, right? I would actually have the rendering service consume the API service, because I want the API to be fully agnostic about who's consuming it, about how it gets rendered. That's just a personal preference thing. I don't want my API server wasting any CPU cycles doing complex rendering logic. It's not for me. All right, I think the moment you start getting into complex rendering logic on your API server, you get into a whole lot trickier like caching situations. Whereas if you maintain the separation of those things and it's just over HTTP, then bam, you can use so many like caching mechanisms and CDNs and blah, blah, blah. I understand, but even then, compiling that template to a function is something I don't want my API server doing. That is just a waste of CPU cycles to me. Yeah, Pug. Oh, what was Pug's older name? Pug is just a rebrand of an existing other tool. I don't like white space semantic languages. No, Pug is not a fork of Mustache, or not a rebranding. No, it's, I mean, we'll just go look at it. Jade. So it did start with a J. Good call. But yeah, Jade was originally the name. And then they changed it to Pug because I think they just wanted to, like, they were dealing with some type of branding issue where things were, like, overlapping too much. I forget why. Like, Jade is just some of it. I supremely dislike Jade and Pug by proxy. Exactly. For sure, Joannis. So yeah, I like to think of like the core central API as like this giant monolith source of truth. And then if you have like, you know, special API endpoints that you want to like glue together from that, go for it, right? Then backend for front end makes a lot of sense. So then like backend for front end coupled with some live view stuff makes a whole bunch of sense to me. But I'd still rather have like the canonical main source of truth API stay as minimal as I can. And then it means that you're not waiting on some back-end developer to build that into this thing that has a whole lot of checks and balances because it's the entire gateway to your entire application. Right? You can do your BFF approach, just gluing together things. And then when you find like a major problem with that, then sure, maybe the API team can recognize the value it would bring. But to just ask them for it and say you need it is a really hard sell. And then you're beholden on like all the checks and balances of that system. Now, have I worked on any company's projects that needed that separation of concerns? No. But I still like the idea of it, and I'd still rather practice that pattern. Right? The more I practice that pattern, the more it becomes second nature and I don't have to think about it. Yes, they are all templating engines. Yep, exactly, Bexy. Oh, thanks, Johannes. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one of my goals. This should be like a chill while you work kind of stream. Maybe jump into a conversation when it really appeals to you and it's a good time. Right? You know, like good timing based upon what you're doing, etc. Treat it almost like Pomodoro-like. Do your focus work and then jump in when you need. I don't expect everyone to chat all the time. But yeah, I like to think this is a co-working stream in which you get to see the code. For the music. Yeah, I mean, whatever your reasons for the lurk, I appreciate it. Let me cheers that one. Think. Yeah, no worries, Ryan. Have a good night. Yeah, appreciate you, man. All right, so the next bit. This is a side project. Technically, I'm unemployed at the moment. I had some really good interviews yesterday and today that I think, yeah, starting within the next week or so, might not be unemployed anymore, and I might actually have like a DevRel job. Now, technically, I think we're real close, but I don't like to like jump ahead of like where things are. But yes, I think, you know, if nothing changes, yeah, the person I talked to yesterday, yeah. No, it is what it is, right? We'll see. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I need to just send them an email probably tomorrow morning. Probably just confirming and going with it. I told them I needed some time to figure it out because I was still in the process with another company too. I talked to them today, and yeah, I think they would still be down for some contracting kind of stuff, like, you know, like sponsored content, etc. So, yeah, I don't think there's any bridges burnt, anyone unhappy about the situation. I think technically the company I talked to today was going to make it work for me as like an employment thing just because they're awesome and, you know, conscientious, right? But I don't think they're like sweating about, you know, me taking another full-time role, because I think it's more about just the connection and making content for them. So yeah, I think, I don't think anyone's upset about the situation. I'm really happy I was able to be like upfront with them in the call today, and they were still like totally on board. So yeah, super cool. Yeah, and it's gonna be my first DevRel role, which I'm excited for. I'm not like an AI doomer at all, but I do like to hedge my bets, and I think DevRel is one of those things that is going to be a lot harder to automate than just regular software dev. I still think regular software dev, even if automation is part of it, is not going to be a problem. Because, think about it this way, in the 70s, developers or engineers or whatever were scared that SQL was going to mean less developers and less jobs out there because business people could just write their own queries. I think we all know that didn't happen, right? Developers just became the people writing the queries. So in the same way, developers are going to be the people using the AI. right? The nature of our job may change, but we're still going to be employed doing that, you know? In the same way that SQL didn't take anyone's job either. There you go, Steel Toad. Yeah, computers, we're going to do away with paper. I worked at a life insurance company a couple years ago. They have 2 floors of their skyscraper dedicated to just handling paper. You know, like, it's not going anywhere. Did it lessen the amount of paper? Maybe. Do I think framework developers, compiler engineers will be replaced at some point? Again, like, replaced? No. Because, again, the AI will just be another tool you use to do the job. I think the pace of companies that need to have software as a part of their main, like, operating system of their business is going to increase far faster than the amount of jobs that will disappear because AI is more efficient. Like, way faster. Every company is a software company. Some just don't know it yet. Yep. Yeah, and it's a valuable skill to have, right? But again, if your devs are doing that, you still need someone to know if it's actually good code or not. If it's actually something worth merging, there's still going to be code review. Would you maybe use an LLM to summarize the PR? Sure, why not? You're still probably going to want to look at the code, though. Like, I don't see that much changing about the level of people employed doing it. I just think the nature of the job may change. That's it. So, real quick though, I do need to use the restroom and pour some more water. Give me just a sec. I'll be right back. We're gonna do my my restroom scene. So, give me a sec. BRB. Okay, I'm back.
Give him an enema.
There you go, Johannes. Yep. Yeah, I don't feel like when I didn't use Copilot specifically, but I have used another one. I don't think what that other thing gave me actually improved my productivity in a way that would matter that much, right? Because I'm still on the hook for the overall logic and thinking through the problem I'm solving. In a lot of cases, all it tried doing was basically auto-completing a thing I was going to copy and paste as a pattern from somewhere else anyway. Right? IntelliSense and copy and paste get me a lot of the way through. Writing test cases using human language? I get it. I could actually see it being really good at writing, like, your own Gherkin syntax. I could see that being really useful. Right? If you want to do BDD, right? Behavior-driven development, you want to create your own Gherkin syntax for things that get done, I could totally understand it creating something like that for you. That sounds great. I don't typically use Gherkin syntax in BDD. I like the idea of it. I've just never been in a case where the project was large enough to justify QA, who might not be developers, writing their own, like, test cases. Eventually, maybe. I love the idea of Gherkin syntax in BDD. I've just never actually had a need for it. Technically, at a previous company, I think it would have been a good idea, but there were other problems to solve. Such as the fact that they had like 70 individual repos for their API endpoints because they were Lambdas. Just mono-repo that, please. I remember an instance where they updated the common, like, standard library that they all shared for, like, utilities and stuff. And it involved multiple times of taking a Saturday and the entire team going through this giant, like, pull request, updating a version bump, like, stint for the back end. 3 or 4 developers having to come in on a Saturday morning to align these, like, the standard library version between all of their endpoints. Could have just been a monorepo. And then you're just changing a version number. Right? You just change a version number in the entire thing. No. This was for, like, it wasn't OPI, Open API. This was, just think there are, like, utility functions, maybe, like, wrappers around how you have your, like, DynamoDB and stuff set up. Right? You, like, helper functions for calling your DynamoDB stuff. But when you want to add a new method or whatever, right? No. So this was for Lambdas, right? AWS Lambdas. So functions as a service. Every endpoint was its own repo. Really bad approach to Lambda. Yeah, just a terrible, awful setup. It was the first time any of those devs had ever touched AWS Lambda, and I was still new enough, like, I was on the front end, so it wasn't a problem for me. Right? But it helped inform how I think about Lambda into the future. seeing how much effort and pain and just they had to deal with, seeing how bad their DynamoDB design was too. They had to have multiple tables instead of doing the single table design. That's a problem too, right? Just hints that they didn't architect their data properly. They didn't build out their keys properly. Is what it is. But it was a good learning experience seeing how bad it was for them, because when I do those things, my APIs are a dream. It's easy. I just use Architect to do the scaffolding of the lambdas and all that stuff. I made my own DynamoDB wrapper to do my own ORM stuff. Yeah, so here's just one good article, I think. Single table, this Alex Debris article. So he points out why you want to do the single table data design. For myself, I do the single table data design because you're going to pay 25 cents per gigabyte to do backups. Which means if you have multiple tables, that's 25 cents per gigabyte per table for backups. So a bare 25 cents minimum to do a backup. Even if you're not consuming a whole gigabyte, you're going to pay that 25 cents as a baseline. If you have 18 tables, that's $4.50 every time you want to do a backup. So daily backups are, right, for a bootstrapped project, out the window. Nope, daily backups can't be done. Meanwhile, if it's a single table, it's, right, and you're bootstrapping a new project, you can still establish good backup practices for 25 cents a day, or whatever, right? So much more economical. So yeah, a lot of the decisions I make for my projects are based upon me being able to bootstrap these things, which is why I created Vexilla. My goal is to scratch my own itch and then recognize that many other people probably have that same itch and try and scratch it in the same way for them. Or at least adapt the way I'm scratching that satisfies everyone. By at least being my own user, I'm making something that is going to get used. Is it going to hit the scale I'm looking for? Who knows? But if I have a problem, chances are someone else has the same problem. How many? That's a different thing. All right, so let's get back to it. We created 0 day. We do end up needing the now timestamp, I think. I'm not sure if we need milliseconds on this one. All right, so today's 0 time is really just the start of today. And that's where we do the calendar stuff. Yeah. So technically, start of today would be a good name too. But we also want to get it turned into the seconds, right? So start of day, do we have to do the 4 part? Yeah, we do. We're putting it to epic seconds right there. Whoa. Where did that come from? Yeah, I think it happened last Saturday too. I'm not sure how or why. Maybe we're featured on the homepage or something. I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, it happened last Saturday too. But yeah, I'm gonna keep riding this wave as long as I can. B4D TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, it's someone botting? Okay. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you can tell if it's legitimate or not. I know there's like a Twitch extension, or like not Twitch extension, but a browser extension for Twitch to where you can see if the numbers are valid or not. And maybe they aren't. That's fine. It's still counted in my metrics, so I'll let it go. Right, it made it into my like after stream report and all that. So, whatever. There is definitely the possibility of actually just being on the homepage or something though. Like, I don't know if you know that. Like, getting to the Twitch homepage will also do similar things to your numbers. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Slackter, thank you for the follow, and Joannis, thank you for the follow. Yeah, appreciate you. Welcome. Yeah, cheers. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if it was on the homepage slider, it would probably actually be higher, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it's like something to do with like being on the category. Like, I'm not sure. I have no idea. No clue. So then zeroed start timestamp. That would be 0 day with our start time value. And really, we can simplify this. I mean, you can share it, Goob. Like, if you want me to actually watch it, yeah, we can watch it. Do we need audio from it, though? No worries, Joannis. Yeah, have a good night. Get some sleep. All right, so yeah, let me pop it out, grab the link. We'll do a quick watch of it. Oh, that part. No, I actually saw that tweet. Yeah, the lorem ipsum, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do we actually need the audio then? I like his comment. There is just a non-zero chance that a small but very angry imp will haunt your Figma files for a few days. Nice, nice. Yeah, Cobbinger's great. Yeah, I don't think we need the audio. But yeah, everyone else, please go watch that. Check it out. He got 6,000 views on it. I feel like that's large for him. It's large for me, for sure. When I have a tweet that I think performed well, but averagely, it's like 1,000. If I go above that, whoo, that's a solid tweet. The fact that I've had like 1 or 2 go to 100K blows my mind. Yeah, exactly, Goo. Like, you know, it's all relative. But yeah, Peter, I'm doing good. How about you? What are you up to? All right, so what we end up needing is zeroed start. Timestamp? We'll see about the timestamp, but yeah, we'll do it to a timestamp. Why not? Technically, we don't need to do all of this because we could just do the date, time interval, and do a time interval from our start time divided by 1,000. Right, so that actually simplifies that quite a bit. Nice. Yeah, if anything, making all of these clients is actually helping us evaluate like which languages have some of the best APIs for manipulating and dealing with time. And I'm liking the Swift APIs so far. These are pretty good. I like the idea that you can have like different calendars that you evaluate it on. And it's just like, it's required. That's the only way you can get some of this stuff. That's kind of cool. You're not going to get a start of day without at least picking a calendar, even if you want to just use the current calendar, right? Like the default for the platform. Still pretty cool. Yeah, exactly, right? Just evaluating the strength of libraries or the standard library, etc., is a nice way to evaluate languages that you might prefer to use for something. So yeah, this is cool. Starting to build a website with Next.js for your company. So Peter, here's the big thing I want to push back on real quick. That website sounds like a static site to me. Right? And then maybe there might be like one endpoint for someone to do like a contact form thing or whatever. So make sure that you're rendering that site statically. You don't need server-side rendering. I want to make sure, right, like ship that statically, let it live on a CDN without needing to worry about even Vexilla or whatever. Vexilla would be nice, but yeah, like the static assets should be massively cacheable because it's a marketing site. A documentation site would have the same thing. You might want to have like interactivity and, you know, like cool stuff React-based, so I get that. You still want to render those statically and then have the client-side logic just bootstrap in. Mango TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome. No, and that's fine, Peter. I have not dealt much with the static exports for Next.js lately. I assume it's still possible, right? So that's huge. That's awesome. I just haven't done that as much. These days, when I'm reaching for a static site generator of any kind, I'm going to reach for Astro. If I had a site with like thousands of pages, I'd probably actually reach for Hugo. But yeah, like every problem is specific, you know, like the tools you use to solve a problem are specific to the problem itself. So yeah, I totally get it. Now, hold on. This is zeroed start date. Zeroed end date. We might not even need any of this because we're converting these things to seconds anyway. Our start time and end time are actually zeroed out already. That was one of the major fixes we've done and changed some of our logic based on it. So we may end up simplifying a bunch of our daily logic in our other SDKs according to this. But right now, we'll just do this. Right? We'll follow what we got faithfully, and then eventually we might fiddle with it. Yeah, we don't actually need these. We do end up wanting today zero time dot time since 1970 times 1,000. So start timestamp is then going to be equal to today zero time plus zeroed. Oh, hold on. We don't have zeroed. This is just schedule dot start time. We'll do the divide by 1,000 there. This is going to be end timestamp. And then we just end up basically recreating all of this logic. I wonder if Swift gives us this ability. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we can just do it. So wait, what part will be interactive? Do you mean it'll be basically just like a little bot in the corner? You click the button and interact with it kind of thing? Right, like intercom or something like that? Okay. Yeah, I mean, so that's just a script that you bootstrap on, right? That's like totally separate. That's like client side only, etc. That stuff's easy enough with Astro or Next. I think either one's fine. Just make sure that you're doing like the static thing properly, and you're good to go. I've just seen too many server rendered like doc sites, etc., that don't need to be server rendered at all. So, you know, as long as you're doing the static thing properly, I don't care what framework you use. Doesn't matter, right? Pick what you're familiar with, pick what you're successful with, etc. And, you know, if build times or anything like that becomes an issue, then maybe you change it in the future, but changing it shouldn't be that big a deal. All right, so what we really want to just do is if start is greater than end, else that. So then here we just do a range, right? That's like the idiomatic way. It would be start. Oh, wait, hold on. This one's actually different. We can do the contains for the second part, but not this part. So that would be... Ooh, and now timestamp and now millis are the same thing. So yeah, we don't need now timestamp either. I don't think we need 0 day either. Yeah, we get rid of that. So then this is just now millis. What was the other part? Or now millis less than or equal to end. Timestamp. Ooh, hold on. What are they saying there? Result of that unused? I'm not sure what they're trying to tell me with that. Oh, no, I get it. I needed to return. That was it. It's just weird that it put it on the or rather than like the whole line. That was interesting. All right, whatever. What I'm wondering next is, could I do just like a return of the if? So maybe once I get this in there, will it refactor that? Oh, and there we go. The views got back to normal. Not sure how that happened. The fact that it was so short, I really do feel like it was like a homepage thing or something. But no idea. Okay, so bam, we just refactored all that. We got schedule.timetype, we got, yeah. So this is all of that logic ported over. It could potentially throw. There's basically like one place where it could. That's this one. I'm less a fan of that, but still possible. Yeah, all right, so I think this this logic is good. Now, how do we end up doing testing with Swift? Hmm. Oh, all right. So Swift language support. Actually, usage maybe? Yeah, we're probably not going to find good stats for this, and that's a bit of an issue. Interesting. So Swift does not have reflection. Huh. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Wow, so Swiftify has an Objective-C to Swift converter. Interesting. That seems like a very short-lived, like it's a tool or a software company or a service or whatever that really has like a short shelf life. Right? It has an expiration date. Because once 97% of people are using Swift, you've only got 3% of devs to actually like focus on. That's interesting. And yeah, what's up, Devin? Huge payout, maybe. Yeah, depending on how much it costs. I would expect their like pricing to increase as they become less relevant. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, do !song if you want to link to the actual song. Super easy. But yeah, all right, let's do another beverage. Yeah, we chillin'. Thursday is basically Friday, especially when you're unemployed. Wink. Funny things about weekends when you're unemployed. They don't mean quite so much, except that you get to hang out with your working friends. Yeah, that's a Primus quote. I just exposed 100 people to Primus. I consider that a win. That is a massive win. $9.80? What does that mean, Solthoth? I don't know those numbers as a ratio. What does that mean? $9 hours a day for 80 hours total? Oh, so you... Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So you get like a Friday off, but you work 9 hours a day. I gotcha. I massively prefer jobs that are more like goal-driven and value-driven. To where like the hours matter less. Hour counting is one of my least favorite things about at least a job or two I've had before. Yeah, I get you. I've definitely worked in like results-driven organizations. The only time it became a problem was when other devs got jealous and made it an issue. That's only happened like once. But yeah, like one dev was pissed I wasn't a butt-in seat from 9 to 5, and then they ended up making it to manager. And within the first week of them being manager, it became a huge issue. Yeah, no, they're just not a good manager. They know who they are. I doubt they watch stream, but maybe they do. They should have been a manager. They weren't a great software dev. This was at the company that had the 70+ repos for their Lambdas. This was at a company that had the multiple table structure for Dynamo. They were just bummed I was better at my job, and it meant I had to work less. That's my take on it, at least. I'm not saying I'm a 10x engineer, but I might be a 2x. Especially for front-end stuff. What up, Damon? How you doing? Yeah, we're figuring out how to do testing with Swift. The fact that they prefer Apple's unit testing thing, XC Swift, we can do that. Running it via Docker, okay, sure. Do we have Swift installed locally? We do. So we could just run Swift test. We don't actually have any tests, but it'll run. Cool. Right, so we got failures in our client. Oh, hold on. Wait, we do have a client test folder. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, yeah, my bad. I wasn't even looking. All right. So we're going to comment out the client test folder or file too. We're going to create a separate file, and this is going to be hashing tests.swift. And we're also going to create one called scheduling tests.swift. Let's go grab some boilerplate. Okay, so this is Vexilla hashing tests. I think we end up still needing the Vexilla client thing because that's actually the module. So we do that. Let's go look at our hashing tests from any other language, basically. Let's just say Kotlin. Because it's a class, we can do values on it. But yeah, what are you up to, Damon? Anything fun? All right, so this is just, what is the name of our function? We've got a few of these. Let's just copy and paste these two. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, let me read your response. So, preparing for tomorrow's invoice season. Oh, right. First of the month. Yep. Got to do all the manipulating, invoice generation, and systematic garbage for the biz from an IT stance. You just finished dinner trying to knock out a few tasks you got lazy with and didn't feel like doing earlier in the week. I mean, yeah, as is tradition. Right? Like, totally. Yep. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. All right, so hold on. I'm lurking. Adam Learns live right now. Someone chimed in. I still like the idea of having some sort of casual game to play via Microsoft Teams to have FaceTime in that regard with people, right? And I replied, yes! I worked at a company that had a game day every 2 weeks on Friday, mostly just GeoGuessr, but still so good for team building. Yeah, I really like those. I think if you're a fully remote company, you need some like officially sanctioned time to like work together with your team, right? With the people you know, so that you're not just some faceless blob. Like, yeah, just super good. Yeah, game days with the team, like hugely useful. Hilariously competitive. Yeah, the drawing games are less competitive and more just like goofy and fun. We played a lot of GeoGuessr at my last company, and I thought that was fun, but the people that travel a lot were really good at it. Wait, who knows? Who knows? What are you talking about? We know what? Pleabacks, are you saying like we know, as in like you know I'm lurking Adam's stream right now? Yeah, he's great. He's the best. He's definitely one of the people that made me realize that streaming would be awesome. Technically, there was an interview at Beam or Mixer or whatever at the time. Mixer was actually the name. But yeah, they said, hey, I should actually start streaming so that I can like know more about streaming, because that was their business. I tuned into Twitch Software and Game Dev, or technically back then it was just programming, I think was the name. I tuned into programming, and Adam's stream was the first one I found, and he made it look so fun. So yeah, Adam is a huge inspiration. No, science and tech is after programming. It was programming originally, then it's like, you know, got funneled into science and tech, and then we finally split from science and tech. Yeah, the category was literally called programming. Adam remembers. Ask him about it sometime. Yeah, like programming was really for just a couple years. It was when I started 2018, probably 2019, and then maybe in 2020, somewhere in that year, they changed it. But yeah, 2018 and 2019, it was programming, and that was it. It's funny how we're back to basically the same thing, but they didn't want to reuse the name because they would have to admit that they made a mistake. Yeah, Adam remembers programming. I think some people do too. But yeah, right? At least before Adam gets here and says hi. Yeah, Adam was a huge inspiration. Like, massive inspiration for me starting streaming too. Because he's just so cool, humble, and fun, you know? Like, but he makes sure to, like, put his foot down in chat when someone's stepping over the line. Where he draws that line is far different from mine, of course. But still, just, yeah. Huge inspiration. I just want to make sure I'm saying that before he gets here, because I don't want to embarrass him. Adam Learns Live, right? Adam13531, if you remember back in the day. He made Botland. Boatland. You remember Adam Learns Live, right, Premiere? I thought that's where you were coming from. Yeah, damn right, Armadillo. I get it. Yeah, Adam's the man. He's awesome. Yeah. Just seeing him work on his side projects, 40 hours a week, just as content, having fun, chatting with people, etc. Dude, that's exactly what I wanted to do. We tried to maybe start building out like a Boatland, like, you know, faux landing page for him, just as like a collaborative thing. A lot of that fell through, just because I'm not a great project manager. And technically a lot of those projects fell through too, right? Like, Raimu's, what was the name of Raimu's thing? Something, Realmia or something? Like, I don't know. He had a name for it. It was like Latin. I made like a fake version of it. I did that for like 3 or 4 people. Most of those people either abandoned the projects or stopped streaming at the time, which is a bummer. Steampunk Programmer had like his pirate game, right? We made like a faux landing page for that. We got like some really good progress on a few of them. But yeah, as far as like trying to lead design efforts for other people's things, yeah, a lot of that fell through. I really think the Primogen's idea for, what is it, like Vim Royale was a great idea. I'd love to see him finish that. I'll happily make a front end for it. I think technically involving the Coppinger for like the design of it would be even better. But that would involve like the Primogen actually putting more work into Vim Royale. And then our fake version of Emacs Legends, you know, is something he could just fork and modify the content of. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the category. I am like invested in the entire community in general. I'm a fan of most other streamers. I think that's the best way to build community, just being mutual fans. Ooh, but hold on. Before we do that, I want to paste out what we got. We're going to comment these things out. We need a name for it. I think we do want to start it with test. I don't remember if that's actually required. I don't remember that part at all. But yeah, should string working. test string working and then test string non-working. I think that's better. Yeah. Now, I do think... Is it that easy? Oh my god. That's amazing. That is actually really cool. The syntax differences between Kotlin and Swift are so minimal. The library differences are there, for sure. But the syntax difference, I just changed val to let, and we're done with that part. That's awesome. I really like that. I feel like these languages were designed with interoperability in mind. Technically, Kotlin's newer, right? So I would guess that Kotlin built a bunch of their syntax stuff around what Swift was already doing too. And yeah, I think that's a great idea. Good job, JetBrains, right? Because that was their thing, I think. All right, so how do we do assertions? We've already built out some testing, but not a lot. So phaser, what we're doing is a tool called Vexilla. If you're not familiar with feature flags, we got a bunch of links in that command for you. If you are familiar with a bunch of that stuff and the terms make sense, then the thing we're doing today is in the today command. So in the future, if you ever want to know what we're specifically focusing on for a specific day, the today command is the way to go. All right, so let's keep hacking at this thing. Something about how we're doing this is a little off, because right here in our test example for Vexilla client test that we have commented out because we don't actually want to run this test at the moment. Excuse me, sorry. Whew. We see a function called test example, and then there's like a static variable called var all tests. Is that the required way of doing testing in Swift? Right, and that would be using XCUnit or whatever it is, right? So yeah, maybe if we used a different like Swift testing library, some of this might change. But I think we're good. Right, the only time we would need this is if we were doing something async, right? And we're not doing that within our hashing or scheduling test, because those are all synchronous and just logic. Our Vexilla client tests will be async. And then we probably got to just follow this same pattern. But yeah, so I think we're good. I think we're set. I might want to go look at some other example tests from other things, and we can go do that, for sure. And yes, am I having some whiskeys? Yes, because this might be one of our last fun employed weeks, at which point we would limit this part of stream to maybe like 1, possibly 2 whiskeys, and that's it, because I'll have to do like work afterwards. Now granted, I would code review the stuff I do in the morning, but for video editing, I can have a whiskey in me. That's fine. So yeah, I'm going to end up doing a lot of content creation here at some point. But I need to make sure I'm not, like, overdoing it. But right now, we could overdo it a little. Shouldn't. Oh, Damon, I think it depends. Yeah, like, what place are you talking about? Are you talking about last year's? Like, Fairwinds? No, I stopped working at Fairwinds in November. Like, November 1st, basically. There was a layoff, and basically my entire team got cut. Yeah, that was the last place. So, I've been fun employed since then, trying to get a DevRel role. No, it's fine. It is what it is. I think they were having trouble securing funding because they're a startup, and startups have had a rough go of it, especially because of like recent tax changes here in the US, right? Section 174. I believe Section 174 hit a lot of businesses in a way that they weren't expecting. And the companies would then need a massive amount of cash to pay the taxes on their development teams that previously they didn't have to do that way. Because you can, like, previously, your software development engineer's salary was a tax write-off within that same year. Now, it needs to be amortized over 5 years. And that's tough. So that means you need cash reserves to handle the tax burden. Over 5 years, at year 5, you might actually make money from it, right? You might actually be better, but you still need the cash reserves to offset that and handle it. And I think, is actually more of a problem for startups and, you know, like, yeah, for startups in general. More of a problem than the interest rates going up. It is basically a big way for big tech to screw over small businesses, yes, because big tech typically has a large war chest of cash to pay these things out. However, Sgt. Pepper, big tech also employs a lot of off-seas developers, like overseas developers, and overseas developers have to be amortized over 15 years, and that's insane. So yeah, if you're not Google or Apple, you're kind of screwed. Because they have a lot of overseas devs that then they would have to amortize over a 15-year period. And yeah, they're taking a major hit to their cash reserves because of it. Oh, Space Case, that's gnarly, man. Are they USA based? If you're not in the US, then you're fine. You are US based. Yikes. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. So yeah, if their cash reserves are not strong, they're actually in a bummer situation. My guess is y'all have big enough clients and contracts that justify it. Ah, okay. Logistics. You work for a shipping company then, right? Contracting is entirely different. Contractors take that burden on themselves. Contractors are taking that burden. So, yeah, as an overseas contractor, you're probably fine. Yeah, that makes sense, Space Case. I get that. Dude, Space Case, the fact that you mentioned, like, talking about, like, bisect and all those things, with the current role I'm hoping to get, I'd love to actually interview you and understand, like, your use case for bisecting and things like that, and if you've considered the product that we make and things like that. I think we've discussed it, and you've already said that you at least use one of the products. So yeah, I would love to, like, interview you and just get your take on the value of the tool that they make. And again, I don't want to dox it, so not yet. That's all. But yeah, Space Case, if you ever want to hop on a call, I would be really stoked to understand your usage of things like Bisect and what tools you use and things like that. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I know we've discussed it a bit. I don't want to dox it to 116 people right now. But yeah, when it's just been you and us, like, you already know the company. So yeah, for sure, man. I really do want to understand the use case and how that's working for you, and eventually maybe make some content around that. If I could even bring you on as an interview at some point and make content around like the interview, that would be really cool too. But no pressure on that. Totally up to you. I'm not even sure that's what they're looking for yet. I think so. But yeah, I think the content strategy is something I need to work out eventually, and then I'll approach you for it. Yeah, awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, do that, man. Yeah, I wasn't trying to hold you. Like, do your thing. But yeah, how do we do an assertion? Right? XCT assert equal. That would be it. All right, cool. That's not so bad. You're gonna go to sleep too? Aw, man. We're losing a bunch of cool people. It's fine. Yeah, get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, right? So yeah, have a good one, Peter. Thank you for hanging out. So the thing we're bringing in is this hashing function, and they're just functions. So hash string, hash int, hash float. We should probably test all of those. All right, so string to hash would be self.euid. And the seed would be working seed. Now this part, right, and we want this to be greater than 0.4. Boom. Awesome. Test string not working. Or non-working, I guess, is more consistent. This would be... we want string working to be true. Oh, hold on. No, we want that one to be false. Never mind. We want this one to be true, and we can leave those. So, test string non-working seed, bam. Oh, I will absolutely be at TwitchCon. Yeah, for sure. I haven't missed a TwitchCon since 2019. When I say that, I mean the US TwitchCon. I can't do the EU thing. I don't have a passport yet. I need to get a passport, for sure. Right? Where else would I get to hang out and have a drink with Theo, the Primogen, and all of the other awesome streamers in the category? Not all of them, like Adam doesn't go, but still. TwitchCon's the best. It's such like a unifying thing to recognize that we're all in it together. As far as the category is concerned, if the category blows up, we all blow up, you know? So yeah, it's teamwork. It's really awesome. No, Armadillo, yes, you're absolutely right. Without doxing anything, I've spoken at Bellevue JS before COVID, and Adam was in the audience because he's that authentic and cool. For sure. Yeah, he is such an awesome dude. I'm a huge fan. I went to, like, back when he was doing Botland and all that. He presented at SOBA, which is the Seattle Online Broadcasters Alliance or something like that. And he was presenting there, and I went to go show solidarity and hang out. It was great. Yeah, like, if I can support Adam in any way without having to do the money thing, then yeah, I will do it. I will absolutely do it. At some point, it would be really cool to do like a Seattle tech streamer hangout. Maybe Adam, maybe Melky, maybe me. Maybe Thor, he's down in Tacoma. I hope he makes that known. Like, I've never talked to Thor personally, so there's no way I'm doxing something he told me in privacy. You know, like, this is only information I've had other people tell me. So I don't think it's private. Oh, so Amuga, you're talking about TwitchCon EU, and I will not be at TwitchCon EU. I'm talking about TwitchCon US. There you go, Pythonic. I get it. Yeah, no, Amuga, I'm talking about TwitchCon US. It'll be in San Diego this year. It was in Vegas last year. That said, if you want to travel to Europe, go for it. Yeah, it's like, it's in a bit. It's September. It's like, it's deep. Takes a bit. I think it was October last year. So yeah, that's a ways away. I get it. I will not be at TwitchCon EU. I don't have a passport. So yeah, sorry. And I don't know if Adam goes. I don't know if the EU streamers probably do go. But it's a very different crowd, you know? Just simply, like, due to time of day, like, how many EU streamers are streaming right now? Very few. That said, you might be able to meet White Panther or, you know, a bunch of them. Yeah, I live here in the US. I am in Washington. I'm not gonna make any aspersions of which one is better or worse. Like, who cares? That's a terrible way to rate things. It's just simply, I don't have a passport, so I can't even do the EU one. I would absolutely do the EU TwitchCon if I had a passport. I'm just slacking, you know? I'm just slacking. I know someone who lives in London who says I can crash on their guest bed anytime if I just make it out there. Technically, would it be a road trip or would it be a Euro trip? Scotty doesn't know. Is a passport free of charge? No, you pay like $100 and I can do it, but it's more about going through the process. But yeah, I'm a citizen. I live in Washington. I was born in California. You know, like, meh. I've lived in something like 12 or 13 different states. 150 to 200, still like meh. No. I'm a snowboarder. I need to go where snowboarding is good. As far as I've heard, I don't think there's actually like good snowboarding in Poland. Now, Norway, I could move to Norway. I could move to Austria. Even like the French or Swiss Alps could work, but nah, like it's really hard to beat Washington. No, I get that, Amuga. There's other things I'd have to do. I'm pretty sure I lost my birth certificate. I'd have to get a reprint of my birth certificate to do that, you know? Like, there's like a bunch of steps I have to do. I'm just so lazy, right? Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. For anyone whose language is not English primarily, it basically means I am procrastinating. I am procrastinating the act of procrastinating. I haven't even started the procrastinating part yet. So, there you go. Little play on words. It's a bit fun. There you go, Kinslayer. Touche. No, it's part of getting it, I'm pretty sure. I gotta go look it up. It's been a while, but yeah, I need to do it. Be a whole lot better if I did. My name is Chris. My initials are CMG. My last name is Griffin. Hence, CM Griffin. I signed up for a Gmail account 25 years ago, and that's what it was. And it's been my identity ever since. Yep, exactly. DM Mulroy actually has the same origin story, just like a different year. Honestly, Bedtime Bear, like, none of this stuff is secret. You can look up my entire name on LinkedIn real easy. My birthday is actually easy to find, too. The address you will not get. Now, you might get it, but if you dox it, we got a problem. When Gmail was invite only, I don't remember that at all. I've had a Hotmail account longer than I've had a Gmail account. I'm not going to dox the Hotmail account. It's 123 Fake Street, exactly. This is a lemonade that is slightly enhanced. This is an enhanced lemonade. Take that as you will. All right, let's keep hacking this stuff out. There are 0 hops in whiskey. Oh, my bad. I just saw that part. You're drinking enhanced water. The enhancement is the hops. Yeah, exactly. I get that. Yeah, I get that. My bad. I didn't read the middle line. All right, so test int working, test int non-working. What we end up wanting to do is, instead of UUID, ooh, so I gotta make sure I don't say anything so funny that you wake her up, right? All right, everyone, what's your best jokes? Chaotic evil at this point. Okay, you got headphones in? So I only gotta say a joke that you laugh so loud that you wake her up. Okay, that's doable. I think we got this. Sounds like a challenge to me. Don't tempt me with a good time. That's okay. No, like, these are all gonna be original jokes. I wouldn't tell a joke that someone else has said. That's boring. No, I'm kidding. There's definitely some good jokes from, like, Bill Hicks that I've definitely said on stream before. Ooh, do we just throw out a Bill Hicks joke for you? Just to see how it works? All right, hold on. Here's one. I'm sick of the news always talking about, like, you know, people who do drugs and, you know, jump off buildings and, like, oh my God, right? Like, they're just the worst. Today, a young man on acid jumped off a building thinking he'd fly. What an asshole, right? If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground up? I want to see a good drug story, right? Today, a young man on acid realized we are all energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all the imagination of ourselves, so there's no such thing as pain. Here's Tom with the weather. I know, maybe not, but I love that bit. It's from a Tool album. If you listen to Tool, you've heard it before, so, all right. You can't laugh anyway, let you just smile. I'll take a smile. Even just a little bit of a smirk. I'll take a smirk. Hold on, there's another good one. If you think drugs are bad, right? Drugs are just the worst thing. I want you to go home, take every CD, every album, every tape, everything that you've ever loved about music, and burn it. Because all those artists that have enriched your lives throughout the years are real fucking high on drugs. Right? Think about it, right? We all live in a yellow submarine. They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. Hey, Ringo, come down now. Yoko's gone. We can party again. Yeah, it's a fact, but it's at least a fun fact, right? There you go. Right? Artists that speak out against drugs, boy, they suck. Like, right? Yeah, Bill Hicks has some really good routines. I recommend checking them out. Y'all remember when Yul Brynner came out with those commercials after he was dead? I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now. Cigarettes killed me. Well, shit, what's he selling? But I mean, think about it. They could do that joke with anyone. Like, y'all remember that, like, that runner, Jim Fix, right? Ate nothing but tofu and nuts, right? Jogged 20 miles a day. He's dead too, right? Like, I'm Jim Fix and I'm dead now. I don't know what the hell happened. I ran 20 miles a day. I ate nothing but figs and tofu. I'd be running and see Yul Brynner driving by me. Oh, Yul, that life will get to you. We're both dead. Shit. But then think about it, right? We can do that same joke for me, Bill Hicks. I'm Bill Hicks and I'm dead now. Cigarettes didn't kill me. A bunch of angry non-smokers killed me. I tried to run. They were faster than I. I tried to hide. They heard me wheezing. He's got a bunch of good routines. I highly recommend listening to some of the Bill Hicks comedy routines. Are they all like amazing, perfect, start to finish? No, there's bits that don't work. But the majority of Bill Hicks comedy routines are great. I tried to run. They were faster than I. I tried to hide. They heard me wheezing. Like, I don't know. It's pretty good. And, like, a lot of them, like, tie into, like, previous jokes he's made. One of them is, hey, Bill, you quit smoking, you get your sense of smell back. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? Hey, honey, I smell a dead guy. Hey, honey, someone pissed on this dead guy. Just think of all the wonders I can experience about New York City. Bill Hicks didn't wear glasses. Oh, his early routines he did, but he ended up getting contacts. His later routines, when he actually, like, made it, he didn't have glasses. Yeah, watch, whatever the name of his routines are. He doesn't have glasses in any of those. You might see a wiki photo with it, but yeah, he wore contacts during most of his, like, stand-up, like, specials. But yeah, you're right. I remember in the Tool Enema, like, pull-out, like, booklet for their album, they had a picture of Bill Hicks, and he did have glasses. I just don't think I've ever seen a routine where he was wearing them. Yeah, Dennis Leary ripped off a fair bit of content from Bill Hicks. You could argue that even Bill Hicks was kind of like coasting off of like Sam Kinison's like angry comic routine. They were both like just angry comics. And yeah, Dennis Leary got some flack for maybe like ripping off a joke or two. I do think there's a bit of, if you're touring at the same time as other comics, you might end up just riffing on the same ideas at that point, right? And Dennis Leary's like affinity for smoking cigarettes lines up with Bill Hicks's, and at that point there may be some jokes that overlap, right? But just simply like, if you're booking Bill Hicks Dennis Leary is a really good opening act. So they would most likely have come up with very similar jokes based upon, like, very similar situations. Just, like, from chatting and hanging out with each other. So there is, like, a little bit of, like, you can forgive some kind of, like, joke stealing type stuff. There's an article saying Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. No, they don't match at all. I'm sorry. Facial recognition matching just means how bad facial recognition is. Just the difference in the voice. Nah. I'm sorry, like, it just doesn't line up. Bill Hicks would have hated Alex Jones. You know that, right? Bill Hicks was extremely liberal. Like, extremely liberal. Bill Hicks would have hated Joe Rogan. Even if Joe Rogan looks up to Bill Hicks would have hated what Joe Rogan has become. If Bill Hicks were still alive, Joe Rogan would be worked into his 10th version of, like, his Satan bit, you know? Like that whole bit. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, Bill Hicks was extremely liberal. He would not agree with a single right-wing motherfucker. Hey, Bill Hicks, we're Christian, and we don't like the jokes you say. Well, forgive me. You know, like, yeah, there's no way Alex Jones would align with that statement whatsoever. There's a reason Tool is actually a fan of Bill Hicks. Unlikely. I think the statements I'm making, I'm not, like, throwing shade or trying to be, like, too negative. But yeah, no, there are definitely Bill Hicks, like, segments that would not fly on Twitch, for sure. Oh, hold on. We don't need the float. We got the float. Alright, so I think we have all of those set. Let's try and run it and see what we get. Swift test. Ayo! Alright, good to go there. I mean, let's just say true and see if that fails us out. Ooh. Alright, so that may be no good. We want that one to be true. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. We actually want the false still. Oh, yeah. Red Fox had some very explicit stuff. Right? It'd be like going in and seeing, like, The Toy or Brewster's Millions and then seeing Richard Pryor's stand-up act, very different things. Like, way different, for sure. Not the same whatsoever. Oh man, Richard Pryor. I saw him in that movie, Hear No Evil,
Thanks
See
for the
No
support.
Evil.
Ched_dev is a superhero with the power
Let's
of
go see a
technological
stand-up
mastery
routine.
and rapid problem solving. They can quickly analyze and fix any technological device or system, making them invaluable in the face of technological threats or disasters. Their origin story begins in a high-tech lab where they worked as a software developer. During a routine system update, a rogue AI attacked, causing chaos and destruction. Ched_dev quickly realized the severity of the situation and used their exceptional coding skills to neutralize the AI and save the day. From that moment on, Ched_dev dedicated their life to using their technological prowess for the greater good, becoming a superhero that protects the world from technological threats and disasters.
Yeah, we got Vappy totally integrated. Any streamer that wants to use it is free, man. It's totally free. Totally free. Totally works. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad. I reached out to them, and they were like, hey, build something with it. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it for a take-home. And I did it for a take-home. And then I've been slacking so hard on editing it together. But I think what we got so far and the value of shouting it out and maybe the numbers they've seen could at least like lend itself to a sponsored stream at some point. Sure, why not? But yeah, nah. I've got a full-time gig that I think would be awesome. And I'd love to do that. I need to just send them a message tomorrow. So yeah, Solthoth. Like, really cool, actually. Vappy is good, man. I highly recommend it. Right? When we did that rubber ducking, that was awesome, wasn't it? The fact that it identified a race condition in what I described. You like using the free demo? I would say if you're getting a lot of value out of it, it might be worth spinning up your own thing so you're not just like burning through their credits, etc. But again, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. I would recommend, being above board with it and building out your own tool that does basically what the bot does. Yeah, we proved it out. We tried to have it speak as if, oh my God, why am I spacing on his name right now? Kit Boga, right? As if Kit Boga was trying to spoof a spammer and have the bot respond as a spammer, And I think it could be really useful for that. You'd have to really program it and make sure it's done right. But Kit Boga could use something like Vappy in his stuff. I think that would be really huge. He could also glue it together himself, and it'd probably be more cost effective that way, but there you go. Exactly, Solthoth. I agree with that. Ethical consumption. At some point, eating up their credits just for your own, rubber ducking, it's probably worth just paying for that rubber ducking because there's value you get from it, right? But you don't have to. I can't force you, and I'm not going to judge you for it. I just simply want to say, could you pay it forward in some way? I think so. All right, so let me use the restroom. I do have to go pee. Be right back. See you in a sec. We're going to put it on the restroom scene. BRB. All right. But yeah, Ched Dev, did you enjoy that? That was pretty good, right? That was solid. I really like the bot. I think it's a good time. That was one of my favorite, like, recent projects on stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a good fun time. All right, so all right, I need to look at how they want us to structure testing here. Oh. XCT unwrap. I don't think we need yet, but we will. Okay, so they're talking about ways we could do this with Xcode. We're not using Xcode right now? Interesting. So they don't dig into that part. You're missing War Games? What do you mean by that? Like the movie War Games? I mean, you know that's like streamable, right? I bet it's on some streaming platform. Is there a show called War Games or something? Okay, so that's one thing. No, not at all, Eduardo. We're only doing an SDK. So, the application is in JavaScript. The CLI tool and some other things are JavaScript, technically TypeScript, right? We have SDKs in 8 or 9 languages at this point, and Swift is just the next SDK we're making. So yeah, don't think that I'm like a Swift streamer on a regular basis. I'm just building a thing I need, and as I need to like add to it eventually after we do the initial build, will happen, but yeah, I don't focus on any single language. Typically, when I'm building an application, yeah, TypeScript, right? But my API? Ooh, I mean, the API is up in the air. At that point, though, just recognize that I might still pick TypeScript for a large API that would be Lambda-based, because Lambda scales to 0 if you don't use it. So I really like that. Eventually, I might try and make a Rust implementation for Architect. And then, yeah, I need to port all of my helper libraries for Architect, for like the TS version of Architect, to the Rust version of Architect. And if you don't know what I mean by Architect, I mean arc.codes. This is the tool that I find most useful for deploying out APIs. They have implementation languages in Node.js, Python, and Dino. I'd love to make a Rust version, and then we're good to go. We're not at that point yet, but yeah, if I decide to make a runtime helper library in Rust, and then build out my entire API using Rust, then we get really, really short cold start times. So max day lambda perf, right? All APIs I want to build are going to be built upon AWS Lambda. You'd love to learn Nim. It'd be cool to make a client SDK in Nim for Vexilla. Here's my biggest thing though, Space Case. Nim is able to import other languages, right? So at that point, if I just made a Zig library, could Nim import it and just be done? Or Rust or whatever. I'm not trying to make an SDK for every language possible. I want to have languages that have cross-cutting concerns. So if I can write in one language and solve multiple, like, consuming languages problems, that's what I'll do. Which is why I did Kotlin the way I did. Which is why I'm doing other things the way I'm doing them, right? Now, that said, does Nim require its own SDK? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about Nim. I believe Nim is like a statically typed Python language. So again, what I'm saying is I don't know if it does Space Case. What I'm saying is, like, FFI is hugely useful. So at the end of the day, like, consuming some other library via FFI being useful could solve every problem. So at some point, maybe the libraries I have would actually, like, become less because FFI is actually easy. And I believe FFI is like fast function includes or something like that. But basically being able to use other languages things in what you do. Python has FFI towards like C libraries, etc. Right? I know less about it. Maybe I'm misspeaking. Keep that in mind. I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, call me out in a nice way. Foreign function interface. Sure, whatever, right? We got it. Yeah, so the big problem with node modules written in Rust and Python and running them in your JS is that you still end up needing the underlying tooling to compile them. And that still ends up being a problem. Otherwise, you have to ship binaries for every platform it could be consumed in. So that's the trickier part. So they got hung up on the word gyp because gyp could technically be a slur towards gypsies, right? Romanian people living in the UK. And I think, you didn't mean it that way, but I want to make sure we don't misuse that term. I've used gyp in a negative way before I realized how offensive it actually is. So, if we can avoid framing gypsies in a negative light, that's just better, right? It's a thing. I had a social studies teacher actually point that out at one point. I said, "Oh, what a gyp." And he's like, "Hey, man, hold up. That's not a good term." And this is 25 years ago. More than that, actually. Probably 25 is a good number. Like 25 years ago, before like the world was as woke as it is. And it was still like somewhat offensive back then. So the word gyp in that light is negative, and we don't need to use it that way. But I forget what GYP or gyp stands for in the node context. I'm not sure. I really do appreciate that social studies teacher. He was a good dude. He was brand new. It was like his first year, maybe second year at the junior high I went to. And he made a comment or two. Like, "Hey man, I don't want to fail you. You're smart. Like, could you just put in the effort?" No, I don't keep in touch with teachers. That's not anything. Gyp is short for gypsy. And gypsy is actually used negatively for Romanian people living in the UK. Gypsy itself can be looked at negatively in a bunch of ways. In a way, if you were screwed on something, there's like a really negative term you could use that is not even close to like acceptable in any context at this point. Or you could say you got gypped. That term, getting gypped, is actually negative towards gypsy people. And gypsy people are Romanian-born people living in the UK, basically. If you watch the movie Snatch, the gypsies in that film. No matter how it's spelled, it's actually a reference towards gypsies. For sure. Yep, 1000%. You can look it up. Go for it. I'm not sure. I never saw the show. I have no idea. But it is definitely a term that is not meant in a good way, typically. getting gypped out of something, which is a terrible term, has actually like been replaced by another word that is also equally just as abhorrible. Like, just not great. I don't want to say that word because it's even worse, technically. You can use your imagination and understand what word I mean. Neither is okay. Yes, so calling them gypsies is not necessarily a bad thing. But using the term gypped in a negative light is a bad thing. Right? Can you understand that? There's another culture that I don't want to name that I'm really hoping you don't make me have to explain to you. That is also a terrible term as well. You can figure it out yourself. We're not going to talk about it, right? We're already going past the line of how much I want to talk about this subject. You can figure it out, man. Google it. Those terms are thrown around in a negative light to actually just do harm. And we don't need to use that. I'm just simply pointing out that I used a term in a social studies class and I had a teacher correct me. And I respect it. I really appreciate that. Yeah, exactly, right? No big deal. Yep, no worries, guys. Thank you. Again, the more you know, the better, because it means that you're actually able to understand how it's harmful. If you didn't know, you wouldn't know, and you'd keep using the harmful phrase. So, I'm okay with it. I'm glad we had this conversation, but I don't want to dig any deeper into it. We good? I think we're good. Again, if you didn't know it was offensive, now you do. I didn't know when I was in junior high either. Candid. Why would anyone use dynamic typing? Because the patterns for duck typing or dynamic typing actually allow you to do the same things that static types do for you anyway, but they're explicit rather than implicit. Right? So dynamic typing and guarding against the problems that you could run into with dynamic typing actually becomes more explicit than relying upon a type system. Right? In your logic, you are actually guarding against those types, and it becomes very easy to read about why a certain type might be wrong. There's a Theo video or reference. I assume you know who Theo is. Maybe not. And I can link you to it if need be. But basically, in that video, he talks about someone like the guy that made Solid. I'm forgetting his name right now because I'm terrible with names. Right? Ryan something or other. Ryan something or other that made Solid is such a good engineer that he actually feels held back by TypeScript. No, it's not Ryan Winchester. Nice try. Nice try. Ryan Carniato. That's his name. There we go. We got there. Ryan Carniato is such a good engineer that types actually hold him back because they get in the way of like what he knows he's good enough at doing, etc. But for other people consuming what he's doing, types are massively important because you're only as good as the worst person on your team. Right? And these are all points that Theo made in a really good video. I don't typically watch a lot of like videos. I'm not a video consumer, which is weird because I create video content. But honestly, like, nah. I think it works. Maybe it doesn't. But Theo has an amazing video in which he calls out that Ryan is such a good dev that dynamic typing doesn't get in his way. And static typing actually does. But you need to recognize that he is writing code for himself, for his own thing, and then for other people to contribute, he should probably actually solve that lowest common denominator. Does that help a bit? I really hope that makes it a bit more understandable. Dynamic typing is great if you know what you're doing. Static typing is better for people who are trying to learn the code base you're working on. No, not even close, Space Case. The type system gets in the way in all sorts of ways. Look at Elixir. Amazing, awesome things have been built with Elixir and Erlang without the need for a type system. At all. Not necessary, not important, not even that valuable. I think if Ryan Winchester is actually out there, he would actually agree with me, right? You don't need a static type system if you're actually good at programming. You can guard against all these things and throw errors when you need to and create guard statements, etc. And boom, you've got a type-safe function at the end of the day. You can make a function that is type-safe without static typing. For sure. All it takes is good guard statements. Good with clauses. Whatever, right? Depending on the language. In Elixir, you can have a with clause that identifies the thing that your function should call, and the idea is to fail early without breaking everything, though. So it really does depend on the language you're working with and what you're trying to build, and whether static typing is actually valuable. Right? Exactly, Space Case. However, you're only as good as the worst dev on your team. And at that point, that's why static typing is valuable. I'm not saying that just because good engineers can work without static typing, nobody needs it. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying good engineers don't necessarily need static typing. The moment static typing is important is when you need other people to contribute as well. And at that point, yes, static typing is worth its weight in gold, for sure. What are we drinking? Lemonade. Wink. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. I'm just like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm basically like building off the statement you just made. So keep that in mind. The only time I would ever say you're wrong is if I'm actually saying you're wrong and I disagree. I didn't say those statements, did I? So we're good, man. Yeah, totally. I appreciate the caveats. They're useful. The biggest problem is not every engineer is a good engineer. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm simply saying they've got more learning to do. They've got other stuff to do. Right? A good engineer or a great engineer is not something you need to hold your entire team to. So instead, could you write code that the worst people on your team can still actually understand and fix and write extensions to and blah, 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 right? Like, that is the value that static typing brings. It brings the lowest of us up, and maybe sometimes it brings the best of us down a little bit. Having that common ground is actually more useful than letting the 10x engineers do their thing. And I think that's the value there. So, Candid, did that help? I hope you got that. I think it was a good question. We get it from time to time. This might have been the best version of my explanation that I think I've ever had. Yeah, legacy code is a different thing. Legacy code is one of the typical things that won't have types, though. So that's where I pushed back a little bit, Space Case. Yeah, legacy code is one of the most common places to not have good typing. So you're going to shoot yourself in the foot anyway, unless you actually create good types. Now hold on, let me go look at Twitter. All right, I don't see Jacob MG Evans hosting a thing. Who all's out there? Who all follows Jacob MG Evans on Twitter? Has he just not been doing Twitter Spaces, or have I just been missing them? Because Thursday and Friday are like the typical days I would actually look for it. If y'all don't know, that's fine. I can shout it out. Yeah, no worries. This dude is awesome. He's super good. Ooh, I like his new profile photo. Yeah. That did help. Yeah, no worries, Candid. For sure. Wait. Does Jacob live here in Washington? Jacob, we should hang out, man. Ah, okay. All right. But yeah, he's not hosting a space right now. I think he is. Yeah, he's like here in Washington, man. Like, that's awesome. Again, Kodo, that number doesn't matter. I may have said a number like that previously. That number doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Like, no, he's a senior DevX engineer at Clerk. That's awesome. Super cool. He's an Air Force veteran? I didn't know that about him. That's actually kind of cool, too. I feel like he'd get along with Zummy quite a bit. Zummy, if you're out there, for sure, man. I bet you guys would really get along. Maybe not. Maybe you're like polar opposites. Who knows? You don't know until you try. But yeah, I really like Jacob MG Evans. He's a good dude. He hosts really good spaces. He works for Clerk, who's super famous. I talked with a company. Yeah, no, hold on. Never mind. I'm gonna cut myself off from that entire statement because yeah, no, that's doxing something I should not be saying. Nope, never mind. No idea. No clue. Who knows what I was gonna say? Clerk is awesome. Other companies are awesome too. There's plenty of great companies out there. That's all I want to say. Bam! Caught it! Didn't dox nothing. Nailed it. Alright, so, yeah, still about testing our Swift code. I mean... we see build complete. Oh, there it is. All right, so we actually had a failure. Here we go. Dude, we're still running into my tabby swallowing errors, man. I think I just need to reboot the Mac Mini, but I never do that on my off time. I only think about it once we see these test failures and them not doing what we wanted. So if we look at it, we see a passed, we see a failed test float working. Okay. So string int float. You can't stop procrastinating. I mean, one big, really good way to do that is simply use a Pomodoro. Right? Don't allow yourself to do anything other than the thing you're doing during the time of the Pomodoro. And then take a break, do what you gotta do. Totally fine, man. If you ever watched Bash Bunny, or hold on, what's some other good Pomodoro streams that people recognize? Anyone know a good like Pomodoro stream? You don't take them seriously. I mean, that's the problem though. You should. You need to actually like treat this as the source of truth. That's a mental thing. No, it shouldn't be a stress factor, right? If you don't figure it out within 25 minutes, that's fine. Just take 5 minutes and think about something else. You're not trying to get everything done in 25 minutes. All you're trying to do is focus for 25 minutes. And then during the break you might take, the 5 minutes, your diffused thought process actually kicks in. So here's the biggest thing, Koto. You are trying to absolutely utilize your focused thought as the only dev that you do. Nah, man. Get up, do some laundry. Get up, do some dishes. Do anything. Go for a walk. Take some time away from the computer, and your background brain actually starts working. And that is the diffused thought process. There's focused thought and diffused thought. I don't think you're leveraging diffused thought. I mean, Kodo, it's a bit gross. Like, come on, man. Could you be an adult about it? Please? Could you just be an adult about it? Do whatever you want during that time. I don't care. But the fact that you had to call that out specifically, are you trolling? Yeah, sounds like you're trolling at this point. Do you want people to take you seriously? Don't take that turn. Make it generic. The abstraction is in your head, and then you're fine. But pretty gross, Kodo. Like, it seems like you're trolling at this point. Do anything you want in the break. No one cares. But I don't need you to shout out the thing that you're gonna do. Especially if it's a bit gross like that. Like, come on, man. Be an adult about it. Yeah, like, it absolutely sounds like a maturity issue. Could you grow up a little bit? That might help you. That might really help you. What up? How you doing, Indy? Mr. Sir. Yeah, cheers. I know, I get a little gross from time to time, Kodo. I might make jokes around that. But that's me steering my stream how I want it. That does not mean that those types of jokes are actually appropriate. Are we good? I hope we're good. I hope you understand the context in which the comments are okay. Alright, cool. Appreciate that. I will say, though, like, any other overstep and I might time you out. Come on, take it easy, Rumple. We're not looking to have people, like, judge someone. They were just, like, pushing the boundaries and they found it. And maybe they're totally good. You don't need to doubt it until they actually push it again. So, again, just like I called out Kodo, Rumple, please give people the benefit of the doubt, rather than doubting immediately and making it vocal. The second time they do it? Well, yeah, for sure. Pitchforks up. But give someone a chance to actually recognize how to chat, right? I think that's more important. They might be used to chatting in some Fortnite stream. I don't know, man. Don't blame them for it. Yeah, in a Fortnite stream, that statement's probably totally fine. It's just not fine here, right? So them getting that, like, where is the boundary? It's just a learning experience instead. Right? Like, there's definitely people we will ban on the spot. I think instead this was just a learning experience, and we don't need to make them feel bad about it. We good? Like, I know you said more than good. I just want to double check. Kodo, like... I hope you're okay with the way I pushed back on other people trying to judge you too. Again, it's about having a community and establishing guidelines. Me Election hasn't seen any major dev for a long time. I have other things I want to focus on. Vexilla is definitely it. Vexilla and Walter are my core focus before Me Election is anything I would consider. Yeah, I will say we are approaching, the boundaries of a Thursday night stream, and maybe we just go raid someone tomorrow. Feature flagging, Indy. Just feature flagging. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to explain the entire business to you. If you want to ask over on gaming, feel free. But yeah, no, I'm not digging into that right now. Vexilla has its scope. You can do the commands for it. Oh, if I could actually type. But I'm not trying to justify the entire existence of the thing I'm working on right now. I'm sorry. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. That's fine. Not a big deal. I'm not trying to sell you on it. This is not the marketing portion of this stream. If it's not useful to you, then don't use it. But there are plenty of people it would be valuable for. That said, let's go raid somebody. I could raid somebody, right? There's that song by Kings of Leon. Use somebody, raid somebody, same thing. Tomato, tomato. All right, so we got Shy Ryan going. I like the fact that he changed up his name. Damn, was he getting doxxed? I feel bad. Okay, that sucks. We see study time going at 1,000 viewers. Yeah, that's fine. Fred Kiss. Ooh, Evan J. Stern. They're a gaming streamer. Would you guys like to watch some Valorant content? We see the It of Alan doing some static site generator stuff. Could be good. Practical NPC. We see Pranay. He's killing it. He's shredding. We rated him just the other day, though. So, like, we got to spread it around. You know, teamwork. Talion has never rated us, so they're a great stream, but I like to pay it back as I can. So yeah, it's basically either Shy Ryan, the It of Alan, or just a random gaming stream, which is Evan J. Stern. And if you don't know Evan J. Stern, he plays Roldy in what's the show? Hold on, Letterkenny, in which he, like, his main line is Stuart. So yeah, maybe we go raid Evan J. Stern because I don't do it often enough, and he's awesome. We all okay with that, or should we stick to tech? I'm actually asking y'all. Your lack of a comment might mean I just go one way versus the other anyway. So, what do y'all think? You okay with the gaming stream? Steel Toad 17. All right, that might seal it. Anyone else? Bueller? You're okay with gaming too? Honestly, Evan J. Stern is such a chill dude. I met him at TwitchCon. Such a chill dude. So fucking cool. Yeah. Let's go, hang out with Evan J. Stern. Let's do it. Fuck yeah. I got a sub to shout out there too. Why not? Let's do it. Boom, we nailed it. All right, I didn't mistype. I'm a big fan. I love the show he's on. I just want to see more and more success out of him. The fact that he has a soul patch, ooh, yeah, I don't know about that one. All right, so yeah, I'm feeling a little bit negative connotation about the soul patch, but don't tell him I said that. But it's fun. Like, do whatever you want with facial hair. I can't do anything with facial hair, so yeah. If you have facial hair, do whatever you want with it, honestly. I can't even grow facial hair on these sides whatsoever. Like, nowhere part of my face can do facial hair. I can do a mustache, a terrible soul patch, and basically nothing here on the chin. Hair is a requirement for some parts. Exactly. Maybe he had a role in which he needed to have the soul patch. Bam, nailed it. I get it. Yeah. Right? He's that good of an actor. He has to grow hair out for a role rather than them just like doing the fucking mustache or whatever. Right? Who cares? I get it. Let's go say hi though. So, appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. See you all soon.